Greetings and salutations, everyone. I am your humble hostess, Spunky the Alien, and we return to Mass Builder. It's been a while since we've been to this wonderful, wonderful game, but it was kind of overdue. There was an update not too long ago, so maybe it would be in my best interest to continue some of the storyline. We did lose a little bit of the storyline because I ended up going into the development mission screen because it's the only way you can see things, farm stuff. But shouldn't be too hard to pick up the pieces of where we left off. Maybe, possibly. Shout out to another bot. Shout out to Runekeeper for this cool little thing you're about to see. Yeah, let's get you guys switched over. Let me go ahead and cut the music, because that music is a loop of one of the boss musics we play, called the Maelstrom of Possibilities, by the same group who made the game. So, let me see here. Gotta do my magic ritual. Give me a second to do my ritual real quick. There we go. All right. Helmet. Well, if I'm going to be piloting a mech, I might as well wear my helmet. Despite the fact the rest of my outfit is not really space proof, but at least my head's okay. But yes, this wonderful cool helmet was provided by Runekeeper. I did the colors, but they basically did everything else. All I did was do color shifting and all myself. If I'm gonna be playing some Gundam games, I'm also just like a pilot. So whenever we do mech games, I will be wearing this delicious thing for a while. Again, shout out to actually I could just do a shout out command. I wonder if he has a let me double check, make sure he doesn't have a different funky on his. They don't have a funky name. Which I hop onto their channel, hopefully them nope. There we go. Oh, so it is Runekeeper at it does have the full thing. There we go. Runekeeper. There we go. Shout out to them. They're the ones that did this wonderful one. I also forgot to follow them, apparently, on my own terms. Whoopsie! But now I've just corrected my own mistake. Hope I did. Yeah. All right. I hope I hope not clicking that twice messed it up. I refresh the page. Following them, or did I just mess it up? Nope, I did not. Okay. Enough faffing about. Let's get ourselves to the meat and potatoes of the fun. It's over. Game screen. Did I forget to get that? I did. That's an easy fix. Oh, bam. Ooh. Ta-da! Oh, now you can see masses around. As you can see, I've done a smidge, small, tiny rebranding from the M.A.S.S driver defense team to Celestial Guard.
Woo W.
Woo! Hey, Famix. Woo W. Alright, as you can see, I've considerably trimmed up and modified the heavy gear.
That was supposed to be a sarcastic wow.
Why is it supposed to be a sarcastic wow? Why was it supposed to be sarcastic?
Left me to go to this all by yourself.
I gotta do the storyline, but after I do the storyline, I will be happy to do multiplayer. I do need to rename a couple of the weapons. I could rename them later, but I like to really.
I will sip my Mount Dew in judgment.
Alright, so we a major shift into the build itself. We are pure elemental because we are now an elemental tank build using our key damage type being freeze and shock because of the slow and weakness debuff, and heat to boost our damage through missiles or nuke launches, as well as photon heat. So we have 3 ways to make sure we get the heat buff. Not only that, to be able to sear the enemy. So yeah, we're gonna continue with the storyline. Wow. Starting off at number 16 in the storyline. Search the pass for the origin of the faint void particle readings and destroy them. Whoop. Oh yeah, the name of the ship is the name of the of heavy gear is now Royal Tempest. You know, because it's an elemental build.
Mission start.
And also can move. I'm not just out of. Ah, I almost had it. I can fly. I'm just happy I can fly again. Aren't you be a fancy boy? Focus down. Still reading dangerous. Looking around, Commander. I'm seeing at least 2 more hotspots. I'm hoping they get that voice line by somebody. Those allies are fast.
It's one dude last I knew doing the development on this game soon.
Apparently there's probably, I think there's more because he's got like other games under his belt now. Like graphic novels. So far, so good. I'm just happy I can get around now a little better. I basically like I said, I retooled my entire kit.
So I had to redo the shoulders for the one I was just doing.
No! What happened? What broke?
I put part of the wing parts on the upper arm so they float off freely when it's moving around. I fixed it though.
Okay.
Anyway, I am gonna go from building mobile suits virtually to actual plastic. Greater than underscore greater than.
Man, if you ever got a 3D printer, we'd probably lose you for days. Oh, hey! New creatures. Kind of. We actually ended up bumping into them during the multiplayer. Good evening, better. How you doing?
That's right, chat. We've been playing multiplayer for like 2 weeks.
Yeah. Maybe I did want to see a storyline and I wanted to share it with the people who like to watch. Why is this not a battlefield? Look at this! This place is perfect!
She's been grinding parts 1 was there.
Okay, grinding parts is kind of, you know... Well, actually, no, I haven't been grinding that many parts. I already got most of the parts you can get from just the other stuff, but... I mean, I guess, yeah, but... Well, honestly, I've had a lot of the stuff. The only thing I didn't have was the tier 6 tuning stuff, but... That's not that big of a deal. I'm already sitting on the stupid levels of money, and every time... because of my previous grind. If I continue with that gaming news, the Orc license draft has just been released. Oh, cool beans! Yay! The mission at Rondella completed without any incident. You return to the base feeling both disappointed and yet victorious. The main reason you took that mission was following Eleanor suggested to use yourself as bait, which obviously did not work, hence the disappointment, while the latter feeling of victorious because you were managed to complete the mission without much trouble. And your squirts from around the red zone, not a problem, although they are a tad bit tougher, much more ferocious, and has some extra spicy attacks that are unpredictable. No, still not a problem. But now, Rena and Eleanor were both having headaches. The leads they followed were all at a pause. On Walt's side, Mr. Andrew mentioned they look into old records for activities within our suspects, but made your PMC promise to help them in one mission for free. Eleanor's side, the Dr. Kazu did not contact back even once within these few weeks. Eleanor said it's normal for him, but can't help feeling depressed when everything was going so well up until now. Rena has also mentioned she tried to request help from... Okay, again, I know, like, this is my complaint about this. Show, don't tell. This is a situation where, you know, having the commander be around these characters during these situations would be useful, or having them actually voice their own concerns. Again, my only complaint about this game is they do a lot of telling and not showing. Rena also mentioned that she tried to request help from the Valkyries and gain access to their public records made for any PMC to be able to gain insight and improve upon themselves. Still, most of the suspicious information she found turned out to be isolated incidents from different groups of people. You just finished your morning routine, checking up on each of your colleagues, and was deciding what to do for the day when you noticed a call on your private line. It was from an unknown caller with no identification. How did this unknown person obtain your private communication line? Well, that was the question right now. No, that was not the question right now. The question is, who are they, and why are they communicating directly to you? Did someone mistakenly sign you up for some subscription service and didn't pay? Curiosity and nothing else to do yet, you take upon the call into the reception area. Oh, I see. You're still a curious student that you took as an unknown call. It was the voice of someone familiar, your mentor, Kenta Murakami.
Signing you up for the new Stars online streaming service.
It's a big deal because the license didn't control. Unlike the OGL, the creators are making measures to ensure that even they can't tolerate. Okay. Well, I mean, your mentor, Kenta, also known as Agent Kunai. You were able to ask why he called you on a personal comms without identification, but as the man always did tell you to listen first and keep quiet. I've been monitoring your activities. Nothing personal. Nothing personal, kid. Just one of my responsibilities for every PMC under my watch. I've noticed how you came in contact with my grandfather. It became personal after that point since I know my grandfather well. Long run-on sentence. And he wouldn't be directly talking to some startup PMC like yours without a purpose. Why does he have to be linked to the old man?
Breathing is overrated.
He doesn't. There is no reason for him to be connected. So you got hit by ever. What did you say? Oh, I said that was good news, and I was just continuing reading the storyline. Yeah, that's good news. I'm a very tabletop heavy person. You can ask Damix. How many games do we play in Damix of different tabletop varieties? Huh?
-2.
You disappoint me. Too many. So I took the liberty of my job to research what you've been up to lately. I asked my grandfather on why you guys are working together, and when he realized I'm your mentor, he spilled all the beans.
Mistake. Having any expectations of me.
With that being said, he specifically vouched for your strength and asked me to let you in on. Oh God, Oh, I need to sneeze. Okay, sneezes aside. Let you in on a few secrets. In on a few secrets. So that's take a picture of a typo. And on a few secrets. It took me months to get approval for my PMC, but since you've been doing well with your missions, they didn't require you to. Forget what I said. Just know that you're in, and I'm allowed to talk to you about this matter. Let me commend you for trying to do the right by your friend, but you're walking down a dangerous road. We at the WD have been trying to work towards the same goal for a while now, albeit we wanted to arrest and punish them, maybe obtain their resource and knowledge for the sake of this world, but yours are straight revenge. However, there's a layer of this matter that only a few of us at the WD have been working towards, which, luckily, I am one of them. Hence the personal call from the unidentified communication device. No. There is no reason for an official channel to be, an unofficial channel to be used for official business. There's no reason for it. Unless you wanted off the records, which is bad. Which means you are about to do something more bad. We suspected that there's a collaborate with this illegal organization like the Cyclops, exploiting their position in the WMD. World Defense Force. Several big names in the top industries are agreed to use the ORC license agreement. Once it is finalized, the name of Paizo, Green Ronin, Age Mutant Minds, and Kazanium, which is basic roleplay and Call of Cthulhu. Ah, cool beans. What about my brain. What about the World Darkness Group? Paradox. What does Paradox think about that? We have never found concrete evidence, and every time we find a new lead, scouting missions are always a bit.
Paradox wants to sell you DLC.
Yeah, but they also are the ones that are behind the current World of Darkness. So, which is why. Before his next words were spoken, an alarm sounded, drowning out all other sounds. Such impeccable timing. We'll talk to you later. Bye. Communications were cut. It's unfortunate, but the situation at hand seemed to be more concerning as the alarms hasn't stopped. Someone attacking the base? Mission. Oh yeah, I should probably explain my new tuning gear. Okay, so I'm sitting on a tier 6 with 5 slots. I'm using metal to give myself durability and armor, armored fuel tanks to give myself some fuel capacity. I probably could push back on some of the things. Armored cargo, combustion controller to give me some more, energy and magazine load. I should probably, actually, I should change that to an energy efficient load. Actually, I should go look for that in the engine group. I should go see if there's one available. I do have extra capacity 3. And microcontroller 6. But this is a massive energy capacity. Extra capacity 3. Alright, let's swap that out for that. Because I'd rather have... I'd rather have a lot more energy. Like, the magazine load, I would happily dump the magazine load if I could. I only have like 2 things? Yeah, there's nothing really that screams utilize. But yeah, that's... Alright, the mission. Commander, you rush into the briefing room. Ariana's already at her station. She looks over to you entering the room. There's a quartz wave detected in our shelter. They were estimated to arrive in a few days, but a sudden spike of void particles have thrown everything into disarray. Reports of quartz breaching the outer perimeter and requests for assistance have been sent out to every PMC, including us, by local defense forces. They're currently organizing available... Oh, God, it's right in my nose. Available personnel and assigning different areas for each of us. For now, prepare to launch as soon as possible, Commander. I'll brief you on the battlefield. Godspeed. Mission 17. Yeah, I know there's a couple of anti-aliasing over there. I'm actually going to switch to fix that by shifting the bottom ones inward. I'm sorry, the top ones inward. That's what I should do next time we get back in the hangar. That's what I should do. Ooh!
Mission start.
I get a lock on before I missed him. Super serious time. Get to grid commander, proceed to top. find more quartz messing around the automation. Oh! He chunky, he knew! Oh. Oh, that's a lot. Oh god! They pushed through the 12th dimension. Oh. Oh shit. Ah. Ah, lost. That's God, that's a lot of damage. Can you not? Holy shit! No! That's cheap. You. Fine. You good mind? That's some cheap shit. Ah! That's a lot of damage in a very short period of time. Alright. He is hard to dodge. Let's see. Let's see. You know why Japanese games sometimes use defense force? Constitution written, whereas a way of settling disputes with the ghost government or government said that it has its sovereign nation. Oh, okay.
Mission start.
Earth Defense Force. Yep, that's a fun game too. We beat the main storyline. We were trying to do DLC, but we were getting also burned out at the same time. Alright, I gotta be more cautious, because if I get hit by those rocks, I lose a metric ton of shield. Gonna go see you later. Okay, be good! Yeehaw, guys! Alright, doing a lot better now that I know what I'm up against a little bit. I got his attention. Okay, let's not fuck this up. Rude. Even with weaken applied to him, it still hurts like a truck. Fine. Ah, you! What? Fine. Fine. I could do this. Let's do this. I won't be able to read numbers, but I could still read bars. Wait, did you redeem something else? Oh, okay, I see. Okay. I went to go grab my glasses in frustration. I'm not there. Sounds like I'm out of main ammo. Are you happy? Holy crap!
Mission clear.
Ah! Glasses. On. Oh! That was rough. With your area taken care of, you continue onwards to other areas that haven't eliminated their courts yet and converge with other PMC squads. It took a few hours before the situation returned to normal, but no important event of worth mentioning. Are you sure? This new siege types? Been a few weeks after the incident now. And as per protocol, after court's attack, every local PMC has been assigned to patrol duty, but without any more incidents, they've relieved you and other PMCs have returned to normalcy as of yesterday. For the past few weeks, you've been talking in a bit with Kunai regarding the WDF and their search for the Cyclops collaborators within their ranks. He used his position as your mentor and PMC's agent to pass you information privately and caution it leaking into the collaborators' knowledge. It's him! I'm gonna go ahead and say it's now, it's him. He's breadcrumbing us to somewhere. Within those abundant pieces, in these lay abundant information. It sounds weird. Information and records of the World Defense Force on things they found suspicious. Your crew were able to patch together some theories on the type of mission that disguises a Cyclops mission. Andrew, who promised Waltz to look through the records and his company's logistics mission, also provided there some information, some records, albeit in an extremely vague way due to customer protection terms, and confirmed your crew's suspicions. You sent everything you had back to Kunai now, and both you, your PMC, and your mentor can only wait until another one of those missions have that hit all helmet pads. Helmet pads. Let's see. Yeah, head pads. On that note, you remember Kunai wanted to talk to you about some kind of prototype testing mission you could help in. A side mission? There's two things I want to change. Since I won't always be able to dish out weak. That's a bug that keeps popping up. You gotta go to development. You go back to weapons so you can actually get the modifiers to swap. So I'm actually going to switch from fire to zap proton. So I'd rather have the enemy have weak as a debuff. Is there any other things I got? Oh, there's two pieces I missed. Panzer Etch. Have I gotten everything for I think I've gotten a lot of the everythings. Still haven't got the Kaiser. SR2. I need to go figure out where that drops. As well as the Kaiser SR2 skirt pieces. I know it's probably one of the earlier missions. And then, yeah, the Kaiser shoulder. I think Kaiser is... Yeah, Kaiser SR is the last... Is the last one I don't have a full set for anymore, correct? Ooh, it's starting to look like it. We just got the Panzer HUC ankle. Yep, it looks like that's the case. So those who didn't aren't are wondering what I am referring to is I've actually took the time to collect mono gear for each of you. You start off with the Vanguard, very basic looking dude, and you got the Assault series. Then from there it becomes the Titan series. Then from there it becomes the Blitz series, so on and so forth. Kaiser is definitely missing parts. Ooh. Who's missing? Was it stuff I haven't put on this guy? Probably the lat. But yeah, I use the default colors to make it a little easier to distinguish it. And I just have to go to assembly. I jump on the armor pot spot, and then I cycle through until I reach a spot that's not filled. Why do I still have this flag as work in progress? Oh, because I never put the anklet on. So now, yeah, because I just got the anklet recently. Mirror. The heels are there. Yeah, so that completes the Kaiser SRO series. You can actually consider that complete. This will be the work in progress that's gonna linger for a while. See, Hammerfall MG. So what am I missing on Hammerfall MG? Yeah, I took the time to effectively just collect and make sure I put together a different one per dude. So you can see what they look like in their, bare basic form. Ah, it was the hip I was missing. Like, oh, and the knee. Hammerfall G. Hammerfall's a very chunky group. Very, very chunky. But not bad, all things considered. That's another one we can knock out. Like I said, I'm going to try to make sure I have a running build of these things. And I do plan to try to take some pictures. So there's a running list of decent looking pictures on the net. Hammerfall MGX. I think the only thing you were missing was your top. Base MGX. Very, like I said, very chunky looking guy.
Someone's following us.
Is it new follows? Great to be king. I like that name. Great to be king. Nice Lion King reference. I like it. Hello, dares. You seem fun. I hope I'm fun. But yeah, you got the MGX. He's a chunky boy. A decent series if you want to make your mech look very bulky. The Hammerfall series is very complimentary, and it complements very well with Kaiser series. Even if you just want like a big bulky single arm, you can also pull that off with this grouping. Alright, so that completes that set. You guys don't have to worry about this. I don't have to worry about trying to farm. So yeah, just having to find a lower level mission to finish off the rest. Okay, I need to finish the Panzer S series. I also make sure they're named a little more proper. Alright, what's missing from the Panzer S? Doop-doo. Now, the Panzer S kind of reminds me of the not Mech Warrior. They actually call him Panzer in their series, but now I'm drawing up. I'm trying to think of what is it called on top of my head. It's not Mech Warrior. Front Mission. Front Mission. They kind of remind me of the Front Mission ones a little bit in their design. Alright, I think the skirt pieces is the ones I need to put on. Yep. And mirror it so it ends up with both sides. The heel. Kaiser shoes, and that's the full Kaiser unit. So you give you guys a better look at him. Again, like I said, it looks more military-ish, more like parts can be swapped out. Feels like the cockpit's more in the center console than near the head. Maybe below it. It's me two pieces there. Panzer S. Move the work in progress. Go to the next one. Let's put them onto parts and see what they look like. 'Cause they are, like I said, they were missing a lot of parts when I started farming for parts. That way we can get some nice little look of these things. Yep, that's it. So we're going for the Kaiser L, not Panzer, Kaiser L, Panzer L series. Hips, backpack, cod piece, centerpiece, right centerpiece, back right missing. Oops, I didn't actually put it on. Mirror. Shoulder, right arm, elbow joint, hand, or wrist, hand, leg, knee, leg, ankle piece, rear heel, and foot. All right. Look at that. Again, it probably mix well with the others in its two brackets nearby. Not my kind of style. I like more smooth, but. We also, because of it's such a light frame, you could also use a lot of accessories and put a lot of accessories on top of it. So that actually would be a way to utilize the Panzer series, is use their small, lightweight frame to capitalize on how much wiggle room you have with a lot of parts for accessories to play with. That way you don't have to worry about big, bulky parts. Or round parts, like if you want to do more of a square or sharp look to yourself. Alright, Panzer H. Let's see, what were we missing on you? Cod piece. Got the hips. Buttocks. A mirror, so it's actually on. Looks like we're pretty clear from here on out. Oh, nope. Hand guard. And my brain just had a moment. Mirror. Mirror. There we go. My only complaint about this list is the way it breaks it up. Like, you'll get Blitz, and then Kaiser for 2 steps, and then you get Hammerfall for 1. I would prefer it be broken down in groups of 3. Like, you have, well, I guess Vanguard would have to be by itself, but you would get Vanguard, and then you would get Assault below that, and then Titan, and so on and so forth as you go down. Instead of it being a long, chunky list. Or, alternatively, you can make it a 6 stretch long, and Maybe have Vanguards by itself. I don't know. This is kind of a hard situation. Or have 4 versions of Vanguard. But it's honestly, it's all of them are in sets of 3. It makes it really weird. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Go to the top. You guys get a good look at it. Might be a size category thing. Then a special looks at the end. But yeah, like I said, it's it boils down to, you know, your own aesthetic look to it and how much you want to put into afterwork. But all in all, it's not bad. I just would prefer back to, you know, when it comes to having to put stuff together. Maybe just the boxes here is the problem. Just how many there are, you know, how many faces there are, etc. I don't know. It'd just be, I just think it'd be a 3x3 list. Longer wouldn't be that big of a deal. Trust me, in certain categories it would be a godsend if they were grouped by similarity. But I digress. Alright. That completes the Panzer H. Alright. These things weird me out. They're so tiny, but they're so... Again, they are a canvas to work with. They are very much an easy, immaculately powerful, great canvas to work with. As soon as they load it. Sometimes they don't. That's a little wonky, I guess. Is the Axle Core series. Right now, there is 3 of them. That's right. I thought there was like 2, and I was like, what am I thinking? No. It's a very small canvas, but allows you to make a more human-like mech, if you wish to do so. Very compact, very tiny, allows for very, very close to the body modifications for accessories. Again, not my cup of tea. I like my hybrid, chunky, big gun individual. You can see it's so tiny on all around. Have such a good real estate to work with. Everything's, you see a lot of the underframe exposure. Get a lot of leeway to play with. A lot of real estate to just slap things on. If you really want to do some modifications, like you want to do heavy body parts and mods for it, this would probably be a good go-to. It's not very intrusive, allows you to kind of build your own piece of stuff. Since it won't be too far from the frame's default location. Unlike a lot of other pieces and parts. It's nice though. Look at that. That looks a lot cleaner with all the parts slapped onto it. That completes that one too. So that just leaves the last 2 of these to be slapped together. Make sure. Did I get? I could have been lazy. Let me go check. Could have been lazy. Then we'll get back to the storyline in a minute. I just wanted to double check for all of you guys. I collected all these. Now this is the thing I was talking about. One of the problems with this interface is when you are actually on the Axle Core. parts on the lower half of the list, when you switch between them, they don't pull the category down. Sometimes they do, but sometimes they don't. And that's kind of... I don't know what's the trigger for it to do that proper. Like I said, if you want to do a very close, just slap onto the body, this would be your go-to. Yeah, looks like I got it. Let me get the name right. Core S. When I go back to here to rename it, it's properly named. That just leaves this little guy. And that'll be pretty much it until they release more parts or more pieces. That'll be kind of be the gist of it when it comes to parts and things. Sorry, I had to double check because of like I said, it doesn't pull the camera down. So, yep, that's what we're missing. The arms. Mirror. I could take the time to like have the names written on each unit. I could do that. Maybe a little extra fluff. All right. That looks like everything. Oh, wait. What was the name of this model? Just so I gotta get it in my head. X. Okay. Or X. Or X. So, yeah, I have to go back and farm for Kaiser, but all in all, that's nice to see these complete, nice looking lists. Kaiser. Parts I need to go find. I like the Blitz here, the Blitz EX chest piece, and I love the shoulder pads of the Blitz EX. If I built a melee build, if I actually sat down and cranked out a melee-centric one, I would probably use this frame with a mixture of like a lot of the other lightweight stuff. I just build a in-your-face build. And I do have a slot dedicated for it. I will get there eventually. That's what this is what this one's here is covered is for. For now, we'll return with the Royal Tempest. And also, since they've retuned, it seems they've retuned hard mode. So I'm gonna push for just doing, very hard mode. I'm gonna push into hard mode for a while. Normally, I like playing on very hard. We didn't run into problems, but some bosses have been a lot faster than I expected, and they're kind of kicking my keister. Entering the briefing room, Reina was on standby at her desk, like always. You told her to contact Kunai, and within a few seconds, the call was answered. Greetings were exchanged, and Kunai immediately cut to the chase. I've been meaning to ask this from you for a while now. Recently, there's been some research into unmanned M.A.S.S units the Cyclops used. We've had our own unmanned units for a while now, but real combat data from them is extremely beneficial towards our research. If you'd like to, spare some of your time to help out the unmanned unit research located near Shelter 5 of your M.A.S.S. It'd be a place where we can test unmanned units against any approved PMC's M.A.S.S unit to improve their combat response and tactics, AI learning of the sorts. If you decide to join the research there, you'll be compensated with credits, of course. And don't worry about the damages. We'll get recyclers and fabricators installed in the area. We won't waste any precious material. However, if the damage is on your M.A.S.S, that's incompetence from you. If the damage is on your M.A.S.S, that's incompetence from you. What the fuck? Once again, thank you for your cooperation and good luck. I did read that right? Right? Oh, that's an actual main plot. No, it's a hunt. But it's a hunt I have to do for plot. Okay, I'll do a hunt. I've been itching for a new hunt. I don't like the desert one as much. I forgot to fix those. I got distracted by everything else. I forgot. I will fix those. Those will be cleaned. All it would take is a little bit of nudging and they're fixed.
Hello.
Hello, Taezu.
Mission start.
I'm doing good. How about you? It's the only thing. Another thing they need to fix. If you do a reverse thrust into a dash after firing either a missile group, hello there, or an energy group, you dash forward.
Taihazu, the murderer. Poor innocent bot.
Oh, I'm gonna get ambushed, aren't I? The music just cut out. I was just scared. Who needs cover? That was an accident, Thamix. Wait, what? Yeah, Taizu, there's a lot of accidents around you. Should we be worried?
I saw with my eyeballs. The malicious desire to shove the innocent bot off the cliff. Murderer.
Oh. She subbed that NPC off in a different game. Oh. I can't seem to get a lock on mobs that are near that, bridge. Seems to be problematic. Ow! How does it go? Oh yeah, I would actually benefit from actually elemental fire my weapon because I have elements. grip will be in the final ones that raises the bar of high explosives. Oh, they're behind me already. But yeah, if you do this right here, you dash towards the camera for some reason. That's the thing they need to fix. Because if you need to make evasive maneuvers real quick, you could end up running around in place a lot. Since I'm fairly responsive. Damn it. Ah! This is actually a fun hunt, though, all things considered, minus the kind of the bug near the bridge. I can get them to come towards me. Why are you running? They get evasive out of nowhere. It's kind of weird. This would probably be a decent place to hunt if the bridge doesn't cause all those issues. Oof! Are they friendly fireable? Yeah. Not bad. It's a fun mission. Alright, just keep an eye out for hands or parts that I already own, apparently. We'll see if there's another. Alright, where's the plot go? I went and did a thing. Now where's the plot? Oh, don't tell me I'm already done with the plot! It just started! Literally only 2 missions? Sorry, three missions? That's all I got in multiplayer mode? That's all I got? That's fair. I know, but I thought the update had a little more to it. I'm super happy with how this all looks now. I like super enjoy. I greatly enjoy this new look. I'll probably tweak the legs a little more, figure out what I can do down there. Because it's, you know, all things considered, it's a little difficult. I do want chunky legs. That's the thing. I do want chunky legs, but they're so hard to accessorize with, because, you know, as you can see here, doing 1 gold trim, like that's one gold trim choice. does that whole section, and then like that the whole bar goes gold. So I'm gonna try to. I want to do gold trim. I don't want the gold be the whole enchilada, but I'm trying to. I'll figure stuff out. Well, I could do the creative half, or I can try to invite some friends who would like to play the game together. Or I could go play Space Renegades. Star Renegades? Star Renegades. Don't call them Space Renegades. Also, I need to fix this missile bracket before I forget. Also, I need to delete these other ones. This... Also, I need to rename some of these. Oh. This thing before I forget. Alright. All I have to do is choose all the upper pieces. And move them slightly inward. By doing that, I'll hide the mesh issue. I probably could only have to do one, right? Just have to do one. Ah, that gives a nice, unique look. We'll do two. I want it to bleed through there, so we'll do the two. Alright, now it won't clip when they're next to each other. It just looks like they're overseamed. You know, that'll look a lot nicer looking. It just looks like it goes up a little bit, gets a little smaller, and it keeps going up. Instead of, you know, cross-threading across each other. You know, I never really did anything with this. I could have.
You bastard!
Okay. Hey, give me loot. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna elementalify it. Well, I gotta go back to development because I keep forgetting. Just forgetting to have the functionality. For some reason. Tuning. If I was going to elementalify it, I would probably choose lightning to induce weakness. Shoot, where is the... Where is the functionality to change the color? Zappy Blade, yes. Very, very Zappy Blade. Okay, I know I'm not bonkers. Uh... Change the color! Oh. I found it. Swear it wasn't there a minute ago. Default property. Could be this color. And that's fine. Because it's lightning. So put so much work in this thing. Extra piping. Grip bar. This thing needs love too, honestly. A lot of these need some extra love. I wanted to build a melee. How much tuning do I development do I actually have to do that? If I did that, one, I'd have to get this. Which has been free the whole time, apparently. Psh, I just never bought it because I never used melee. I just don't. I've bought up to tier 6. I think the reason why I bought this was... Oh yeah, the extra power. Just moot. I'd probably get durability or some sort of shield regenerating hybridization. I think is up here. I press a chance to do a large explosion. Enemies gain bullet. The energy launcher. I would probably sacrifice bullet and energy launcher abilities just to be able to build a massive, like, one. Actually, yeah, it's actually still developments across the board. It doesn't matter which thing I'm on. The tuning is what matters. And I would probably go quantum with a quantum break. Just an extra, wow. On hit, any enemy within close combat weapon lose 9% quantum break charge. The effect can happen only once every 3 seconds. Physical damage is just plus 22%. So yeah, that would probably, just for the extra giant boost. I don't even think it says quantum break Yeah, I would go for the quantum exchange. Basically, you'd pop quantum. You don't get a quantum mode, but you get a pile of post power up buffs. So yeah, this one right here. So I would do quantum empowerment. You pop it, it ends. But after it, you get like a massive attack boost, massive attack speed. For 20 seconds, you just wail into people. So yeah, let's start building. This way to pick up this. This way to pick up this. But then we'll go this way to get the extra 22% attack power. That's actually kind of gross. And then we have to go up this tree. Now this is probably where all my money is going to vanish. Recover 3% at the end of the combo. Minus attack damage every your hits explode for additional physical damage. These extra hits can trigger on-hit effects. Probably like high shield, low health. We'll see. Percent chance to use fuel on hit any enemy. Let's comment. This can only happen once every second. Plus 10% plus burn rate plus burn chance. Chance to weak. Really good. Combo starts, gain defense. We want to get up to the center of this here. Let's see. Maybe grab some of these, but we want to get up here first. Hit effects would cost combat it's gain bullet, which we don't want. We want to do the opposite. We want to sacrifice bullet power for attack power. And dual spirit. This would be the last three possible in the melee situation. Sorry, 4. Dual attack. Reduce damage by percent 4 to 2. On hit, any enemy in close combat, 50% chance to create a small explosion. Combo start. Gain speed on dual attack. Gain speed on in combo. Gain speed. An acceleration plus power plus armor. That's it. Percentile based, so could be useful. All right, now this up this tree. Like I said, this is gonna be where I'm gonna lose all my stuff. I didn't buy a lot in the blue tree. I bought a lot in the other trees because they had passives, so there was no reason for me not to invest into them. Shield recovery. Plus armor, but I lose attack power. Minus shield, while guarding gain shield per second. All property damage, minus 30%. Physical attack, additional damage. So do less damage to property damage. Guarding, release a physical shockwave, increased armor, durability armor by 4%. Doesn't stack, it's just boom, here's a pile of, or it does stack, here's a pile of armor and durability. Acceleration, unlower your guard, gain more speed. Reduces defense by 50% while not guarding. While guarding, gain 300%, increase total defense. Slows the mass by 50%. Probably not, so we'll just grab Meteor Shielder. Bonus blows attack bar, but gains some shield. Guarding. Or not shield, game armor. So high, yeah, it's high armor, high. Why is Blizzard Core 2 all the way up here? Wait, what? Or is that actually in this tree? Yeah, it is in that tree. Wow. That's so weird. Why is it not in the elemental tree? That should be... Why is that not in the elemental tree? That's so weird. Out of all the places, it should be in this tree. Oh well. More attack trees. Probably in my best interest to at least look through these trees to see if there's anything I can use to sacrifice. So I think there was one thing to sacrifice bullet ammunition. Like, you just get 0 bullet ammunition, but you increase... Wait, what did I say? Shield recovery is minus 100%. Gain 1% durability when hitting a enemy in close combat. Good in there. Oh, there it is. Piercing and plasma reduce plus 600%, and another plus 600 points plus 30%. Wow, I am wording like crap today. Your shooter ammo gets reduced to 0. No DACA. You have to melee everything. I mean, you get missiles, but... I actually should have checked with these. I kill an enemy, gain physical attack, and piercing and plasma. No, I don't have any quantium. Corkium. I have enough to buy the upper tiers, but I'm out of Corkium. I had a lot too. But as you can see, I ended up going to a lot of trees just trying to figure out what would work, what doesn't work. It's a trouble and a half. This one says, hey, you want to be a glass cannon? Here's all the ammo you'll ever need. Good luck. Well, until somebody tells me otherwise, I think we will work on Armored Core. Spray and pray and stay away from the enemies to survive build. Alright. Let's see how much I've purchased that allows me to actually get this build off the ground. We want one that provides 5 slots. So let me go check the tuning. So I do have orange tuning of various varieties. It'll probably be looking at either the fusion engine. Let's see, that's 100 attack power. That's a high durability, high attack power, high armor. Actually, we'll probably be taking the pure high metal engine. So we'll start with a pure high metal engine. For high metal engine. Gotta start with a base. The M.A.S.S. Can safely say I've bought a lot, so it should be easy enough to pick a few things here and there. We don't want accuracy. What we want is honestly high shield count if we can get away with it. A raw shield count would be fine as well, or high armor count, which I don't think is going to be in the cards. So we're gonna pick up this one here. That's one of our sub abilities. What base do we want to use? We have several OSs to use. We probably use a very heavy body because we're not going to use weapon. We're going to basically dump guns as an option. Let's see, 117 magazine, 218 magazine, high shield, massively high shield, with 23,000 high shield. It burns fuel a lot, but we're pretty much going to be lightweight when it comes to that. A slightly better overall. A nice fuel recharge rate. I kind of just want to go heavy in a shield bubble. Try to use a way of smacking enemies to get shield back. Recovery. So we'll do the blade OS, and we'll deal with the fuel burn by taking things to negate it. So the blade OS is what we want to use for our OS. Yeah, that's a huge fuel burn. There's a lot of these to choose from. Let's see. Better. Sending order. Thorn Whip. Thorn Whip comes in with lower durability, higher accuracy, lower shields, lower physical, but increased gun. We don't want increased gun. Rage Lock. Rage Lock comes with more power, more accuracy, lower shield, higher physical, and it's a lower one on the list. Dual Spite probably is going to be our go-to at this rate. Yeah, I think Dual Sprite. Dusk Sprite, sorry. Your go-to. The OS. Sustainable shields. Just a pile of extra shield. Fuel recharge rate. Definitely going to be our go-to. So let's... Alignment, shield recovery, or burn rate. Don't care for capacity. We don't want to also go through we don't want to have like a huge burn rate either. Magazine pieces I don't need. Fuel saver is such a low thing. Is there a better fuel saver in that list? There is. I can afford it. Fuel saver, fuel recharger. Fuel saver and fuel recharger. There we go. That's two parts we can add to the list. Fuel saver, fuel recharger. There we go. Now we can be mobile. Now we just need acceleration added to that. Enhancements. Enhancement gave me power, but it doesn't. I think anything in that list gives me power, does it? No, it seems to be just fuel rate, burn rate, carriage, more shield, more fuel burn rate, recovery speed, more fuel burn rate. I can grab the version 6 of this, or version 5, sorry. Tier 6 of it.
I'll crump with you, sweetie pie.
Oh my god. I gotta... You know what? I'm tired of that thing scaring the living daylights out of me. Let me turn that down a little bit. Holy moly, that... That thing scares me every flip-flopping time. I swear I turned that down. I have, like, borderline heart attack, this dang thing. Bring it down. There we go. My alert specifically. God. I am tired of the thing scaring... Literally, I'm super tired of things scaring the heck out of me. No wonder it was so loud. It's at the maximum. Why? Okay. I'm okay. Back to what we were doing. But unfortunately now I forgot what we were going to grab. Sustainable shield, sustainable shield 4. And, like... Yeah, let's just do that. None of that boosts power. Right, that means there's a shield saver I need to grab. So I don't have the one in the middle. Yep, I don't have the tier 5. Fuel save 4. Okay. We want to raise power. We want to... We really don't care about the weapon load, but if we can get away with it, I would rather just have raw power. And a plating for durability and health, not bad. Controller. Alright, next piece. Durable alloy. It's all at tier 6 I could purchase. It's a shame because these 3 right here would be great. Power reactor, power redirector. and powered rewired. We want those versions up here. And we want these 3 pieces here. Plus this all the way over here. Where is it? I think it's just, yeah, extra durable alloy. So we'll use the lesser versions for now. Durable alloy. Six. 2. All that's left is the bigger part of it, the architect. Okay. 6% extra durability. Won't say no to that. Base management, bullet recovery, launcher energy, bullet recovery, full metal jacket. Only getting every shooter. Nope. I hit an enemy with a bullet, energy weapon. I hit it with a shooter, bullet launcher, quantum break. Oh yeah, this thing. Just raw, extra chunky power. Kinetic cage. Kinetic cage is not bad because we do want to use quantum. Like 2 quantums I wanted to use. I think one of them was like break and go quantum. Here's 6 quantum. That for certain. Yeah, this one right here. Physical attack by 25%. It's physical attack. Burn rate. Massive burn rate. Gain armor but lose strength. Massive armor buff, but every time I get hit, there's a 50% chance to lose the armor buff. That's still not that bad, all things considered. Blizzard core. Lower shields but gain more durability. The highest we can push the physical damage at the moment. Plus power. Make an ass waste. Why not? Wait. Yeah, oh, sorry. We okay. So we dumped our weapons. Holy smokes! I was making things. Still get launchers, and we still get these. Huh. Question is, how do you switch between the same weapon on a character? I need to test this model out. Then once I figure out how to operate the darn thing,
What do you mean?
they switch out the melee weapons during combat. Oh god, it looks atrocious.
Press left thumbstick.
Oh, I was afraid of that. I didn't want to think about that.
Mission start. It's why I randomly go from range to melee while talking. Cause left thumbstick press in is my talk button on controller.
I'd like to point out that they have dealt 0 damage multiple times. Good god, it's so weird to be like melee only. Okay, so it's wherever the camera is facing if I let go of the directional button. I like the fact that I figured out how to somehow be invulnerable. Oh, and I just realized I can't get Quantum Gauge. I thought it meant the Quantum Gauge once it pops, and I was like, wait a minute. I can't get Quantum at all. It literally sacrifices the ability to do Quantum. So I need to remove the other Quantum effect. Maybe? Yeah. I mean, I can, in theory, max it out, but I need to drop the other Quantum effect. Yeah, I could up the difficulty. I'm trying to get the controls under my belt. I don't melee very often. And mobs that like to run away from me makes it a little difficult to kind of fly through it. I should have chose a melee-centric arena. Can't see. I just like the fact that I somehow, like, broke the game's mechanics, and I haven't been able to be dealt damage. I'll see if the explosion does any damage. The explosive attacks do any damage. What is the chain of this combo? The Spears combo is weird. Oh my god, all I see is explosions! Okay, so it's... Nope, I did not get this combo system. M.A.S.S Builder! Yep. Hello there's Rocket, how you doing? If I need to change out the missiles for this one, if I was gonna... It is. It definitely has come a long way. I like the swords combo. It's much more intuitive. Material is what I was actually hoping to get the more high-end material. Ooh, got some more Quartium. Well, no, that's understandable. Like I said, I don't use melee very often, and that's kind of how what Tempest is built off is just a pile of elemental damage. And this guy's just a straight up physical chunky boy. All right, so, oh wait, that's increasing my armor. Where is it? Yeah, this is the quantum thing I can drop. It's I cannot use the quantum empowerment.
That guy basic AF.
Yes, he is very basic. So I would need something to give myself some boost. So let's look in the architect. All right, we want boost. So let's see what we can find that could really give us the edge. We don't want anything relying on bullet launchers. Or bullets, I should say. Not shooters. I don't use dual attacks, I use single-handed weapon. I'm assuming that's what dual attack is. Quantum is out of the question because we're using the quantum canceller effectively. So... love for one that just every time I smack a dude, I just have a chance to just cause goofy shit to happen. I think I have one of those here somewhere. Yeah, there it is. The Void Reactive Weapon 1. Is there a second one that's in the list? Yep, but it's up there. So we're going to put on Void Reactive Weapon 1. We're just going to swap it out for the one that gains... it has a quantum empowerment. So I cannot gain... Void Reactive Weapon. Alright, a chance to just abibidate somebody. Right now, we're really tanky. Alright. Weapons. Let's turn... That's the button to turn it off. We're just going to use the broken sword. And the shield, because, you know, cool. Okay, I'll use the axe. Ego boosted. I didn't actually like the axe initially, but now I feel better about it. Alright, we're gonna do the same mission. We're gonna pump up the difficulty a little bit by a tier. And see how well this build just holds its own. Again. I forgot to change the missiles to the nuke missiles, the ones that just drops in front of you.
Mission start.
Alright. Oh wow, that explosion just nuked all of them. That's amazing. Maybe I should make him go dual shark, or dual shark blade thing going on. I need to flip it. Oh my god, the explosion just ends them if it hits. Stop running from me, you coward! God, that explosion is so gross. I would put two. Oh my god. It's so good! Stop running from me, you cowards! I don't know why I chose this mission again. Oh, that's right, because I need Cordium need Cordium and Void if I want to buy some more parts at the higher end. I mean, I know they're training bots. You know, when you forego everything else, you can make a ridiculously armored individual. Short of being straight up overwhelmed, I don't take a lot of damage. You're rarely overwhelmed when you're doing a lot of damage to everything around you. Especially get lock on better as a melee. I've never had the like that's the only difference. It's the only difference between the monsters and pilot bots like this. They're the only ones that run. And if that thing pops, it does ridiculous damage. Right here. Like, I want him to come to melee with me. So, you know, the quartz monsters would come in for melee. Oh my god, that explosion just... I don't know what theme to make it though for the like I said, it takes them that they have to overwhelm me for me to take damage. And unlike the quartz, you know, who do stay in melee, I get to fight these things. These things are running all over the place trying to stay away from me. Stop running from me! That was actually really fun. Oh, I forgot my tech level again. God, what theme could I get away with? Hey, what? Animated. Oh. Oh, and here I thought the global was literally global. Do need to set some globals though. It's gonna take a metric ton of time, but what? Could go for a darker theme. I still kind of want to stick with the PMC's goal for colors.
Good lord, WotC got rid of all the plain touched and half races. DND, JFC.
Wait, excuse me, what? Hold up. Holy shit. Alright, I'm reading from the website called The Reason. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna do that. Go to this mode. Boop. You guys can see my little clean up of my little room a little bit. I do plan to add more stuff back to the shelves, but I was cleaning up the shelves. I wanted the shelves to look nicer. A little less, I just wanted to make the shelf look nicer. And D&D...
Oh, no, he's hot!
Excuse me? What? Confusion! Okay. I don't have a quick button to get there. I don't have a way to get the helmet off real quick, so I'm sorry. We're just gonna have helmet action. Okay. Alright.
I see the sexy box.
Oh. Oh yes, the box in the lower left hand. Yeah. Okay. Oh no. Okay, so I'm reading from The Reason. Dungeons & Dragons eliminating inherently racist half-elves and half-orcs. By forcing mixed-race characters to choose one or the other, the game is arguably doing something more problematic. Absolutely. Okay, so here is my opinion time. And so from here on out, as I read the article and give you my opinion, it is a opinion. It is not fact. It is just my feel on the matter. We are all entitled to our opinions. So I will read through the article and I will try to figure out what the fuck is going on. Okay. Wizards of the Coast, the company that publishes the official material for the role-playing game Dungeons & Dragons, is planning to eliminate, quote-unquote, as I clean my glasses because I can't see very well. Clean my glasses, just a smidge. Just a reduced eye strain. Is eliminating, quote-unquote, half-elf and half-orc races in further forthcoming editions because the half construction is inherently racist? What? Frankly, we are not comfortable and haven't been for years with any of the options that start with half. What the fuck? Then what the fuck are you gonna do with halflings? Again, I am semi-kidding on that notion. Not even the pizza. They're talking about all non-pure blood races. No more SMR. Wait, what? Yeah, pretty much. It feels like it. Let me continue reading. It is dumb. That is a massively dumb idea because the whole point of
The whole Discord got pitchforks.
The whole Discord got pitchforks? I got pitchforks! Okay, I don't have a pitchfork on me, but you know what I mean. No half plate. No half plate. Okay, back to what the topic at hand. Okay. The half construction is inherently racist, according to the game designers. Frankly, as we are uncomfortable, we have been for years with any of the options that start with the word half. Again, I brought up halflings. Said Jeremy Crawford, a D&D rules designer, in a virtual event last weekend. To play D&D, it is necessary to design a character with a specific race. Human, elf, dwarf, gnome, etc. In parentheses. Again, I'm reading from the article. And a specific class. Ranger, barbarian, cleric, etc. I find it fact that they mention ranger first before anything else. That poor class needs so much love. The official material offers guidance for doing so. The races and classes have specific characteristics. Elves have a long natural lifespan. Orcs can see in the dark, and so on. But players can also make a character with mixed race and racial traits. Half-elves are characters with one parent human and one elf parent. So one human parent, one elf parent. Half-orcs are characters with a human parent and an orc parent. While it is possible to design other mixed characters, again, the official material makes clear that everyone can do whatever they want. Those two combinations are specifically listed ones, and they have their own traits. Well, not anymore. According to several reports, which is linked in the article itself, so I'm actually going to go see if... Yeah, okay. Several reports from...
Can't have orcs raised by gnomes. Not allowed now. Oof, what's see?
We'll talk about my character in a little bit. According to several reports, your half-dragon paladin is a hate crime with those rules. Yeah, I know. According to the several reports from D&D players who witnessed the event, the official materials are dropping these classes due to concerns of inherent racism. I'm assuming this is a typo. I'm assuming they meant races in this article here. Players who want a mixed character will be advised to choose one race from which to draw their talents. So even if you're going to play as a half-elf, the game will prompt you to select either elf or human to round out your game-related qualities. Okay. To be abundantly clear, it's Wizards of the Coast game, and they can design it however they want. Again, I agree with the person who is writing the article. It is their game, and they can design it however they want. They can encourage their players to adapt. Again, reading from the article, sorry. And they can encourage their players to adapt, and ignore the rules as at their discretion. It's Rule 0. Still, it is unclear why they decided to have any officially published half characters is inherently racist. So making a public statement kind of really... on the contrary, one could argue that partially erasing the identities of half characters by compelling them to identify as one or the other is vastly more problematic, which is something in the article I agree with. Most half-elves choose between human and elf when they fill out that section of their college Oh god, most half-elves choose between human and half-elf when filling out the section of their college applications? Will half-orcs endure microaggressions? Ergot the Vile, your common speech is terrific at social gatherings. Wizard of the Coast did not respond to the request for comment. The company has already commented to removing the word race and replace it with species, probably at the behest of sensitive readers, even though the broader concept of race-based traits still remains. This design concern...
This is honestly WAAY to woke.
This isn't woke. This is just... I don't even know what this is, because this isn't appealing to anybody. This isn't sensitivity anymore. Like,
No Bon Jovi, because you can't be halfway there.
Okay. So, okay. Alright, so apparently people are going to use the voice thingy, so I will be ready for it. Alright. So, and be careful what you say, please. I'm being asked you to be respectful of what you say. And try to keep it short, because long texts, Anyway, so, it is now officially opinion time. I will go on to say that I did not like Wizards of the Coast's decision when it came to going from race to species, because that makes it weird. I like the idea of lineage, because it doesn't say anything where your creature came from. Don't get me wrong, I like custom lineage as an idea. A little bit of mixture, like a two-piece puzzle that you put together. Like, my character in this case is a orc, raised by gnomes. She was adopted by a gnome who rescued her. quotation marks. That's a little darker background than I actually want to admit. But yeah. The problem.
My opinion is pineapple pizza is a better choice than these rule changes.
I will go on record in saying I don't think this is inclusive. I don't think this is inclusive like language. I really, really don't. I honestly do not agree with this being there we go. It's just second half. So let's try to cover the whole problem situation. One, the name of species, it kind of makes it weird. Lineage just kind of sounds a little more like, I would like character creation to be boiled down to two pieces: your race as your starter point, and your lineage is being the second half of what makes your character. Because people used to call those backgrounds. You would take a race and you would take a background and smush it together, and guess what you got? You got a character who has a developed backstory that works. That put together a character. Calling it species makes it weird. Getting rid of half races makes it even more what the fuck. Like, what kind of back-asswards thought process is it for people to go, hey, you can't be a half-orc no more, that's racist, is a dumb stance to stand on. If they wanted to say, and I quote, this is hypothetical, having half races with our new system of species makes it problematic. We'd like to address this by removing that and changing how species / origins / lineage / whatever the fuck it's going to be called works with. This, by far, is the most frustrating set of news to hear from D&D. Because it doesn't fly. It really, really does not fly. This is dumb. Actually, I'm gonna change categories for a minute. I'm gonna change categories. We'll come back. But I'm changing categories real quick. Because I'm trying to be compliant with Twitch. So we're now into just chatting because we're talking about fucking D&D. I get it entirely. Like, who's in change for? That's a good question. It's not for me, a longtime player. It's not for me, because it makes it awkward. It makes it weirder. It makes it, like, very, very weird. Because it runs this really weird level of, like, alchemy that no one wants to test. Like, yeah, I get it. You want to drop the race tag. That's fine. That's completely okay. There's no problem with that. You want to swap it out? Sure. Don't call it species. Especially when you're like, now you got, like, especially now that you were like, oh, we have, you have half races now called half species. You know what's a half species? A fucking centaur. Oh wait, no it's not. Oh wait, maybe it is? Who the fuck knows at this rate? Think of that. Think of that little chestnut of bullshit and problems. You want to talk about, like, problems? Think of all these fantasy fae races that resemble humanoids. Just a pile of them. Here, I mean, oh my god. It's mind-boggling how stupid this is. Exactly. When you call it species, you make it weird. You make it weird when you call it species. Especially when you had half creatures. But now they're getting rid of half creatures. They're trying to remove half creatures from the pile. They're trying to fix up their problem. They're trying to fix the problem they created. I don't know who is that. This feels like, honestly, I hate the name dropper because she needs to fall out of relevancy, but I'm starting to feel. Shit, I'm trying to remember her name.
Rolling?
No. I had to double check the spelling of it. Our Anita Sarkeesian. She, at one point or another, make sure I got, yeah. At one point or another, she ended up working with a couple of gaming studios. And, like, let's just find out later that she's been, like, inside, she's been sitting down in the Wizards of the Coast tables. Let's just find out, like, later she's been doing this. I don't know. I hate to invoke that individual's name because she honestly set feminism back at least 5 to 10 years because of her bullshit, and her lies, and her bullshit. Like, I'll go on record that she did not bring anything gamer forward. She brought gaming back in the female spectrum backwards multiple times. That being said, I wish you guys could see my hand gestures. I'm so frustrated. I know this derailed the game. What we were doing so massively. To be fair, all I was about to sit down and do was work on my work on my mech and my weapons. That's all I was gonna do. So. Hercules, or Hercules-like characters. What about the fucking Dragonborn? Hold the phone here. Dragonborns, I'm almost certain have a very particular lineage of how they become to be. Almost fucking certain of it. Again, they said no half race. Well, they say half, like half dash races, but in the same vein, isn't a dragon?
Dragonborn are not a mixed blood race. They come from the primordial prime material plane.
Oh, they do? I thought they... Really? I thought they were part... My bad. To be fair, I'm not super into... I wasn't super into the knowledge of the 5e lore. I'm more of a Pathfinder GM. Take them away there, I'm gonna flip. Okay.
Yes, the other way you get them is to have a true dragon to magically turn you into one.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hey, now I know. Knowing is half knowing this stuff is kind of the battle here. Okay, what about tieflings? Tieflings are technically one part race, one part demonic bloodline. Technically. It could be. It's a dumbass half measure, and I like. They dug.
Can't have them. By Watt's own writing.
Okay, so it was I was on point. You have the Yanti. Yanti were originally humans, turned into something else. Um. We're getting a little. We're okay. So let me jump to the summit, the DD Creators Summit.
No, you got it backwards. They were snakes first that turned into humans.
No. I'm reading the lore right in front of me from the Modern Kinds presents Monsters in the Multiverse. Yanti were originally humans who transformed themselves into serpent folks through an ancient rituals. As the first word of the line of the UNT. Now, mind you, because there's a billion fucking universes in a D&D universe, other versions of UNT might have different things. The point being is they officially have problems doing this bullshit. If you take away half races, you turn into a problem. Especially if one of your races is literally called a halfling. Can't just call it. I mean, I know they're calling it a halfling because you can't call it a hobbit, but that's a whole different kettle of fish. All right, let's talk about the D&D Creator Summit tabletop virtual thing. So, I'm going to read the article, and I guess we'll talk about it as we go. This thread is extremely long, but it seems to probably cover a lot of things we're going to need to talk about. And fudge it. That's like a good idea to talk about this evening. So I love tabletop gaming a lot. We tried the tabletop game on this channel once before, but we had a scheduling conflict, which caused the progress of the story to kind of hit a brick wall. Okay, so the D&D virtual tabletop. The afternoon session began with a look at upcoming D&D virtual tabletop. Screenshots of the live stream were not allowed, so I can't show you what we saw.
You blame Oblivion. He did it.
Well, yes, but I don't blame someone's troubles on, because some of it was the troubles of the time, not the person. Like, they were doing their best with what their situation is. I will not blame Oblivion. I will blame the situation. Full stop. Okay, back to task at hand. We saw three windows away. One for a demo, one for participating in the room talking about it, and one for the sign language interpreter. So the window with the demo was somewhat small. Kale Sota led the presentation of the D&D virtual tabletop. He said more will be shown in May. He wanted people to see it because that it will clear up misconceptions. He asked about what pain points you have as DMs, as content creators, etc. I don't know. The OGL's a fucking pain point, but I digress. Solzman said that the origin of the program came from within D&D, not from someone on high in Hasbro. If you have to tell people that, it's clearly where it came from. Stutzman wanted to play with friends and who moved away. Had kids, can't leave the house, etc., etc. Why doesn't D&D have a way to play online? Holy fuck! It's like Wizards doesn't even know other places exist. What the fuck? Why doesn't okay? He had to pitch it at a variety of various bosses above him and explain why it would be useful and logical. So
They do, but they don't want to acknowledge them.
So it's personal to Stutzman because he just wanted to make it easier to play D&D online. The article continues. There are already options online, so the official D&D virtual tabletop has to be different. Has to be a bit different. They made a demo, and Stutzman worked with Jeremy Crawford for the rules to figure out the intention behind rules to address the many ways people play D&D at their table. They make you have. They want you to have fun from D&D, not managing inventory. They want to play fun of D&D and not have the same table with your friends, so that the virtual tabletop has to bring other aspects of fun. We need to have all sorts of awesome 3D experience without making D&D harder for DMs. We do not need that. It's great and all. Don't get me wrong. A three-dimensional space for players to play on is great. The problem is you have to make it so superly simple that it would not explode. And here's the fun fact. The closest system you got to was literally a game within a game system. It was Divinity. Divinity allowed you a pseudo three-dimensional space to play with and a place to play. And you guess what you guys did? You said, oh well, and walk the fuck away from that option. I continue. Sorry. Continue with the article. Opinion ended for a moment. Authenticity is the third goal. This is not a video game. The automation can speed some things up, like adding the bonuses. We want to give groups the freedom to do what they want. Like, I'm going to jump and run, not feel like a video game. My head hurts already just reading this. It's not achieving the fourth goal yet. He's calling the current stage pre-alpha. They're still early in the process. You give us a three-dimensional environment. Here's the only thing we fucking need. A character sheet that works, allows us to add custom races, classes, and custom modifiers. An inventory system that is extremely easy to handle. Hell, an inventory system that has all the items in it, and I mean all of the items in it. Like, the entire player's fucking handbook in it. All of it. Not nitpick bullshit. All of it. All the items, all the feats, all the weapons, all the class functions. If I own it on D&D Beyond, or if a friend owns it in D&D Beyond, he should be able to link it up to your bullshit virtual tabletop and go, here's all your things. There shouldn't be no ifs, ands, or buts. And fun fact, Tough Titties Wizard. Person A is going to share Person B's book. That's what we did physically. Literally, the GM would probably own 3/4 of the books the players needed to make a character, and somebody would buy some splat books to have everybody at the table have a whole pile of shit to play with. So Joe Smo across the table, who really loves the hobby and has a disposable income to burn through money, all of a sudden goes, hey, let's just sit down and, collaborate all our books together and make some characters. Guess what's going to happen? People are going to sit down, collaborate all the characters, and have all this stuff. So what your virtual tabletop should do is should scan all the accounts that are attached to the session and go, Joe Schmo A has a lot of the books. Joe Schmo B has some books different from Joe Schmo A, and the DM has a pile of his own books. Guess what? Guess what the players are going to do? They're going to pile all their stuff together and say, here's our collection. You want to charge us $5, $10, $15 a month? Fine, but you give us access to your entire fucking library. All of it. Not a single ounce of it should not be available. There is no excuse for it. You will make your money back for every quote-unquote spare book you're letting players use. Without question. $10 a month. $5 a month. Hell, if you went $5 a month, you not only would outspeed Roll20's ability to make money, you would be able to and just fucking a pile of stuff. Now, the problem situation. Third party, you suck at it. You wizards you suck at it so bad that I have gone to utter material to fill in gaps that you took years to update. Case in point, we just now recently got Spelljammer. Pathfinder beat you by several years with Starfinder. The Starfinder is supposed to be their Spelljammer. Just slammed the table and said, catch up, bitch. Now don't get me wrong. Starfinder has its own problems, but that's data, that's number bloat that came up because of Pathfinder. Because of a system you built in the first place. People blame Pathfinder for number bloat. It started at 3.0, and it was just a symptom of the system. Let's see, where was I? I'm sorry, I'm reading chat at the same time. They're too late on the scene. They've already... Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They are going to have such a clapback to get their stuff in order. Like, they're going to have such a clapback to get their stuff in order. They have to have such a bargain of a deal. Like, everybody at the table pays $5. That's fine. But you're going to allow the entire unadulterated caveat of all your books you currently published, digitized, and set up that anybody can load up any character and put down anything they want on their list. GM doesn't want a certain book to be used. GM selects the book to not allow it to be used. That's it. You just took the weight off the DM's back. You said, have them go through and check mark rules. Do you want to use hex grid? Check mark. You want to use no grid? Check mark. You want to use just pick. You want to beat Roll20 to the punch? This is how you do it. You sit down, you go, boom, let's make this a quick check mark option. Boom, let's make this a variant rule check mark option. Boom, let's just sit down and crunch all this stuff out. It's like bam, 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 bam. Because guess what? Once you start doing that, once you sit down and start knocking those teeth out, you'll take the wind out of Roll20 sales real quick. Real quick. All you have to really do is take $5 from every person at the table. It pays for a book right then and there. Easy peasy. Pays for a piece of the puzzle. Want to run a campaign? Give it to the GM immediately. Not even like $5 extra. Not even like extra money. Everybody at the table is already giving you $5. That book is used by one person, the GM. And he gives that additional information to the players to pick the backgrounds, the races, stuff to read. Immediately is already available on the internet. All of it's already available on the internet. Everywhere. You want to beat everybody to the punch? Make it intuitive. Make it easy. Make it functional. But for the love of God, keep it priceable. Hell, if you just to keep the lights on, if it was $5.
Another year, another darling company proving there are POS.
Case in point, Great to be the king. Just case in point. $10 for like all the books that have access to. You want to run a full campaign as a GM? Guess what? You're spending over $100 to run those books. Do you know how fucking long campaigns last? They can last years. Years depending on schedule. You would make money back. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, dear. We'll find your mini later, I promise. Okay? We'll find your mini. But the thing is, they don't care about making a good experience for the end user. Well, that's what they're saying here. They're trying to make a better experience for the end user. That's what they said here. That's what they're trying to do. But now I went on a giant-ass rant because of it. Again, no. They already have those books. Take all the books they currently had, digitize them, make them selectable things that you can select as a GM, and just click. I want this content, this content, and this is what I want to share with the players. This is what I want the players not to see. And when it comes to third parties, I want you to be able to allow third parties to just drop their shit on your website and make it something they could buy You take a slice of the pie, but guess what? That player owns that thing. Or better yet, they synchronize it with Drive-Thru RPG or other similar websites, and boom! Oh, they own this book? Well, they can play it here on this website. Because guess what? That's what players are going to do. They're going to share their content to everybody around them. That's what a GM does to their players. They go, hey, here's a copy of this, and this. That's what they're going to do. That's what they're going to do. And without missing a beat, that's exactly what's going to happen in every situation. Moving forward. Once you got all this veritable rules selected for the DM, it then constructs your whole thing. It's just it sets up your whole thing. Sets up the character sheets, sets up everything. You get final say, you click it, you read it over, make sure everything's there, click, bam. I know they can say what I want. I'm saying my heart. I'm saying my heart right here. Dropping my feelings about D&D and my frustration because I used to be correction. I am by definition a Pathfinder GM before anything, because that was my foundation of where the dice roll system landed. I played World of Darkness a little bit, grew to love it, read a lot of stories, had a lot of conversations, what if conversations with friends. But it never was the foundation of me sitting at a table and playing a lot of games with friends. It was Pathfinder. Pathfinder was my foundation. And that's why I tried to go from doing the math to doing the role play, because when you shift from Pathfinder to D&D, you need to be in the feels and veins of wanting to role play more. But back to the topic. Okay. So, the massive problem. Okay, so now the GMs got them stuff in order. The DM's super happy with the books and all that stuff. You've $5 a month, boom, all the players at the table, boom, you now, like, minimum 5 people at the table, include the GM, boom, that's $25 a month. That is $25 a month to keep the lights on and allow the books to be usable. Okay, cool, you've digitized all the books. That's the cost of operation. You're going to have to deal with that, cost of operation, boom. After cost of operation, you go into, dealing with keeping the lights on, boom. Once that's all handled, keeping those players there. Guess how you did that? You did it by having the entire fucking catalog being available to everybody, to everything. I'm talking about new books. I'm talking about campaigns. I'm talking about everything. Every splat.
Like most businesses, they are trying to sell a service at an eternal cost rather than a final product.
Correct. But if they're going to do it, they're going to fucking have to beat Roll20 at the punch. I don't want to spend $100 to get another copy of motherfucking Kingmaker. I don't want to spend $100 to get a copy of Rise of the Runelords. Don't get me wrong. I liked Rise of the Runelords. I had a physical book gifted to me. And then I had the digital book as a digital thing on Roll20 gifted to me. And I ran those things. I had a physical book in my hand to make things easier for myself. Mind you, there's a massive error in the digital version, which I pointed out. And guess what? Paizo, you're going to be part of this OG ORC. You're going to be part of this ORC. Sit down and work with your Roll20 team, because you fucking missing the point on that too. Sorry. There's an encounter that has a prismatic sphere as a spell on a character who shouldn't be able to cast it. And it should be prismatic spray. Not prismatic sphere. Those are two different, massively different spells. Pause and remind Orfs. Okay. Again, back to the top. Just how to beat Paizo and everybody else at the game. I'm literally gonna write it out here. After you have all the players giving you $5 a month, play all these books, all these races, all these characters of your last 2 editions, because I know you're gonna fucking release one D&D. People are going to be all like, well, I don't want to use your platform if I don't get to play 5th edition. I don't want to play 1 D&D. Now, That's how you look. That's how you think your customers sound. All hillbilly and shit. But they're not. They're the most intelligent players you'll probably have to deal with in most cases. That's why a whole group of nerds, when you said fuck, you decided to fuck with the open gaming license, said fuck you, we're gonna make our own, and did. So now that you got everybody paying $25 a month, pay for books, you've digitized as a cost to try to set up, you'll make your money back. You wanna know how you're gonna?
They canceled one D&D.
What? That took a lot of steam out of my sail. What? But what's with this new rules and bullshit?
They canceled one D&D.
What is it called now? What the fuck is the point of the article I just read? Excuse me, help me out here.
D&D 5e.
So they're trying to change D&D 5e. Like what? They're trying to come out with a player's handbook 2 or some shit? Is that the plan? Okay. Point. Drop this bullshit species race bullshit. It's weird. Go back to the old system or change it to lineage.
D&D 5.5.
Okay. Work with me here. Okay?
They are doing new rule changes for 5e, tweaks and updates.
Okay, guys. Thank you. You don't have to use the message thingy. I can read chat. I know if you does. I just... Okay. So now you're really fucking touching the button. You know that meme? The guy looking at the button has two options: fuck up D&D and release a proper fucking virtual tabletop. You know what button you should really be focusing on? That virtual tabletop button.
I have almost 400,000 points, and I have self-importance.
Okay, fair enough. But moving forward, let me finish thoughts, okay? Can you do me a promise? Okay, so D&D. The virtual tabletop service you want to provide. $5 a month. Boom. Bam. Books. Bam. All of them. Every single one. Bam. Whole campaigns. Bam. Character-mancer. Bam. Yes. You need, for the player side, you need character-mancers. And cool dice. If you're going to do a three-dimensional environment, that three-dimensional environment needs to be snappable, easy to build, and workable. If you're not going to do 3D environment, you better allow people to upload two-dimensional things.
But it can't 5.5 if they're killing all half-things.
Okay. Back to the rant. You can't... If you're not going to do a three-dimensional environment, you're going to do a two-dimensional environment. You sure as shit better allow your players to upload stuff they need to upload. Oh no, more cost. Well, it's not going to matter because you already did the hard-ass part of the work, which was 1, have a sustainable cloud service that works, 2, a place to store the data, and 3, all the fucking books are already digitized, working, and the scripts are already working. Once that's done, you got most of your bullshit handled. Okay, so if they can't upload their own shit, then you better sure as shit provide enough tools to make places, because not everybody wants to draw on a map. Some people actually like to have images for places. And since it's lore related, every single every single one of those son of a bitch pictures you use in your player's handbooks and all the other resources better be available for the GM to use so they can show off these cool places like Witchlight and everything else and the carnivals and all that fun stuff. All right, back to the third-party stuff. Same deal. Books, make sure people can, the publishers can put stuff on your platform, work it properly, make sure things work with them to make sure the product is fully 100% functional and not jank, and it works optimally. 2, take some of your old product and fucking update it faster. No one likes to sit around waiting for Spelljammer to come out for several fucking years. Seriously. You have a lot of old product you have to bring up. A lot of old products you can't bring up, but you can't bring forward, like the Alice in Wonderland stuff. Obvious reason, those other companies own that shit. Well, technically, you could still do that because guess what? Open domain, public release stuff. I need to sneeze. 1 second. Nose. Okay. The cities of stuff, like little play pieces that people can push together and put together. Roads, maps, and stuff. Boom, dungeons. Or better yet, work with Dungeon Draft. Make it something that they can upload or work it easier. Dungeon Draft already does really good dungeons. Or allows to make really good dungeons and notes for said dungeons. Holy shit! I was actually surprised how much you could do. Ugh. I sneezed. Okay. Once you have a good player interaction tool, a GM interaction tool, all the books, third-party book availability, third-party resources availability, and you're charging them only $5 a month, at every table you're earning $25. Worst case scenario, you might have to do $10 because of overhead and cost. But once you do that, every time a session sits down at that table and that product service, and you've offered all your books, just saved a lot. People think they saved money. 1 full year later of everybody at the table giving you $5 to $10 a month, that's a lot of money. That is $40, $50, $25, $30. There's no marathons or dashes. Good Lord. Stop trying to pander to this supposed trolls. Like, I guess what the best way to describe them is woke trolls. Because there's activists out there that actually have their heads on straight. And then there's trolls. And you're literally no half cover. Oh no! Can't even have 3/4 cover. Oh no! Sorry. If you're gonna work on a virtual tabletop service, fucking nail it. Let me look through this article real quick. Let's see what they cover. Will play testing be open public, just in house? Currently, any person at Hasbro, D&D, and their friends will be able to play test the virtual tabletop now. Next, we'll open it up to a few influencers. Wow, great. Problem with a few of those influencers, they already have a service and style they actually already use and actually do very well. The influencers you're going to go to you're going to have to pay to play on your stuff. Later, there will be a sign-up sheet. They will figure it out, that part for right now. Okay. With D&D, with virtual tabletops like Alchemy, Roll20, etc., aligned for more than just 5e play, just how does Wizards feel with their virtual tabletop can be competitive while offering one game? We're in an interesting position to where they make the games a virtual tabletop, so I'll talk to Jeremy about how, say, you add things before, during, or after, and I'm not looking at bringing any other RPGs into it. That's fine. Wizards of the Coast want to do one thing well. They do want to do they want to do 5e D&D well. Fine. They want to have a one game tabletop service. Fine. Moving forward. We heard a little bit about getting those on console and how it would help with accessibility. What can you say about that? Using the Unreal 5 allows us to do that. We started with Unity, but switched to Unreal 5 because it enables that to be used as well as on phones. Oh my god, oh my god. Fun fact, last time I checked, VR chat built in Unity can be used on phones. Almost certain of it, but don't quote me on that. Holy shit, it can. I just read it. So, that is not an excuse. You want to use the Unreal Engine? That's fine. Good luck. Moving forward. Will the game be played in a standalone app or a web browser? No. Plays for the web browser at this. No plays for the web browser at this time. You have to weigh the benefits of web browsers. D&D Beyond team has a great idea for web browsers. I won't spoil, but we'll looking at other possibilities. So you're completely foregoing the utility of a web browser-based tabletop. That's fine. Other programs do that just fine. I watch a lot of shows. I watch a lot of tabletop adventures that use, other things. So, moving forward. This creator summit was described at the start of the conversation. They are planning to do more. What is the intended future path for supporting homebrew on D&D Beyond and virtual tabletop? This is the question. We haven't gotten there yet, which is a bad sign. And we want the virtual tabletop to be just an ecosystem. If you want to take your game into the virtual tabletop for a single combat or the entire game, you might even use it as a physical table with one person controlling it in case one person is sick or calling in. We're going to try to keep the integration with D&D Beyond because we know people have a lot of their homebrew characters in there. I'd like to stick that statement to the foreheads of half the fucking people over at Hasbro and the people who said it was okay to fuck with the OGL. Because it said in that sentence alone goes how brain dead stupid they were when it came to attacking the OGL in the first place. A lot of their homebrew characters is in there. No shit, Sherlock. You made a character mancer that's okay and allow people to bring in custom shit to, work with it. Of course they're going to use it. If you could take character sheets in Roll20 and move them to other tables with less headache, they'd fucking do it. But guess what? You have to pay money to do that on Roll20. But I digress. Are you looking into simplifying how the movement in tabletop works? It didn't feel like it was accessible as it could be. Again, they played it. Yes, you start with a bit more complex at first, then you start streamlining it so it can be down to with one finger on a tablet, for example. Getting one control scheme right is hard enough, so we want to get it right one way first and then make it easier for other play methods. That's fine. That sounds like they're, as long as it's not massively heavy on tablets, that's fine. It sounds like a good idea. But again, you're running into the problem. Do you stick with a three-dimensional environment or two-dimensional environment? If you do three-dimensional, do you provide a lot of assets to allow the GMs to build stuff? And if so, do you make it accessible so they can do snap together stuff? So they can just repeat hallways and repeat things? Like, they want it to be small for small encounters and whole campaigns. That doesn't sound like they have all their eggs in the same basket and thinking about the same goals, which is problematic. They need to be one goal focus and nail it. Moving forward. Is the virtual tabletop integration flexible enough to work with other options like Black Flag and other RPGs, or is it confined to D&D? I think you can do anything manually. You can do anything you want with dice and minis, but not the animations from animation is expensive. Then with time, we're going to be building, we're going to have building blocks DMs can use for homebrew, and we'll see how that translates to other games. So here's the problem. They are doing things that other virtual tabletops are currently fucking doing. They have not, in this conversation, tread any level of new ground other than integrating D&D Beyond. And even then, I think other three-dimensional tabletops might already have that functionality. And even then, that functionality is, moot when your most important thing is the GM needs to know about your dice and your stats. That's it. And even then, some GMs don't even care about that. Moving to the next question. Question about equity, because of one of the greatest things. Yeah, one of the greatest things about tabletop RPGs is that how it's a low threshold to play. You need dice, pencil, paper, and a book. As technology increases, it becomes an equity issue for people. How are you going to address that? For example, will plane maps be available for free as opposed to the three-dimensional maps? I try to come in as a standard bearer for D&D. I've been playing it with the same people for years, and two of them have never spent $1 on D&D. And I want them to be able to continue to play D&D with us. There's that. The 2D is always going to be a great way to play, so we don't have to want to force 3D on anyone. We want to make it cool so people who want to use but aren't forced to use it. We want people to be able to play any way they want, with books, tabletop, whatever. It's difficult as a designer, but important as a player. So they don't have all their eggs in one basket. They should focus on just making a really strong, monstrously strong service for D&D to work with, but they're not hitting that head, and they're going to miss the boat. The boat's going to sail out there, and every other virtual tabletop is going to beat them to everything they're trying to pull to the table. Right now, everything I'm reading here, everything they bring up a point, they're already 2 steps behind everybody else. Moving on. Will there be a fully 2D option in the virtual tabletop? Okay, not sure. We're looking at how does it scale down for different devices. If we think the best way for it to go on phone is the 2D, still using Unreal, maybe, but we haven't gotten there yet. We have to make this fun and then go down on that. Okay, so they're not even fucking on board. Okay. How do you handle low prep when it comes to when it's like being a video game designer? We want to solve some adventures that you can say, I got 4 friends. We go online. Let's play. I don't think the books are there yet. Another way to make things fast is we go into the end. You grab a tray, you throw it down. If you can do that in our virtual tabletop, that's great. Then I have the specific end in mind. How long does it take? You have to start drawing things. We can beat that because you'll be thinking fast about how it plays, not details. There's a lot of different ways to do it and how much a DM wants to nest into the process of creating their setting. What the fuck? That didn't even answer the question at all. That was the most, jargon pile of words possible. They didn't answer. How do you handle low prep time? Did you give them assets? Did you? Okay, next piece. My day job is at an indie game studio, so I might be thinking about it differently. What are the primary monetizations for the virtual tabletop? Will there be a subscription, microtransactions, or free to play, etc.? You're right. You have to think about monetization because there has to be servers, and the game has to go around a long time. They're thinking about it and discussing different options. The business minds are working on that, but I'm making sure we think about the player, because people don't like it if $20 to start playing. Don't like it if it's $20 to start playing. It's already more than $20 fucking dollars to start playing. Just the fucking player's handbook for 5e, a product you fucking sell. I want to say it's $30. Just your bare basic, scientific player's handbook. The fuck? I have like 2 different prices in front of me. What the fuck? $42? What the fuck? Okay, it's SKU hardcover. A hardcover of the player's handbook is $50. So the player is getting getting it at $20 is still a steal if you give them all the fucking books. But no one wants to spend multiple players' handbooks worth in a couple of months. Why I said the $5 model would probably be better. But I digress. I don't know if it's right now because we haven't decided anything yet, but I'm keeping players in mind, and we want people to come in and play, and we don't want to charge money at the door to try it out. And that's fine. A business model that lets you come in, and try the product for free. Shit, lose a solid 2 months or a month. Make an account and give a player a month. And that timer does not kick in until they sit down in a session and officially roll their first fucking dice. Like, the GM has turned on game mode. The GM has, and the players have done their ready check, and the people are at the table rolling. Don't start that timer until fucking then. That allows the player to sit down, look over the course material, pick what class they want to be, what race they want to be, or lineage, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. Change that whole fucking thing. But I don't want to rant on that again. Change all that perspective. Change it. Just pop, 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 pop. Change all that stuff. And then, boom. You will have a player who will happily spend $5 a month, who have a full access to everything. Now, don't lock out their characters. Do not do that. That would be a big fucking no-no. All you would lock out would be, I actually don't know what the fuck you would lock out. I guess sitting down at the table and actually playing. But I digress. Moving forward. Will there be functions like Go Dice that will allow Bluetooth dice to allow the satisfaction of rolling dice? And how will it work with streamers doing actual play? We can do Bluetooth dice if people want. Want people to make comics and YouTube videos of their games that you can take screenshots of their characters. Minecraft people do that all the time. I want feedback from streamers, and that's why some of you are here. I'm not a streamer, so I need to hear from you what features you need from the virtual tabletop. Like, what if viewers could vote on what you do next? So I want to hear what streamers are looking for. Problem is, there's other assets that already do that. So unless you somehow cut up the middleman, like cut out Twitch's middleman and actually give a better revenue cut when it comes to special gear like that, that's your only fucking bet, man. That's the only leg up you get. Continue with the answer. I feel like the challenge of any game development that has inclusivity and including marginalized people in its development process, and by accessibility, I mean LGBTQ folks, disabled folks, BIPOC folks, or BIPOC folks. Yeah. Sorry. I'm getting parched. Sorry. BIPOC folks, it's easier when it's tackled from the beginning. Can you give us more direct answers of what you're considering from the get-go on how those voices will be heard and their features like Sims 4 due to direct community feedback, and how now included a very robust skin tone range you can use for your Sims. I think we are looking at new character and look at it now as character. I think what we're looking at now is character create, and I really want people represented in character create. Assuming they meant character creation. Weird. Sometimes you're disappointed with games because it's not what you imagined. And that doesn't work for D&D. D&D is super important. Why I want this digital space is that D&D has always been a great way to try things out you can't do in real life. So the key to getting those streaming video streams out so you can be your character because it's more immersive. Holy fuck, that sentence! I wanted to breathe! And then on the inclusivity, we're talking to people like Tabletop is using inclusive readers, and we're going to do the same. The director of inclusivity then stepped up to address this further. I don't think it's a sole responsibility of marginalized people to create inclusivity. He said creative inclusivity. To create inclusivity, we have a diverse lighting approach when it comes where it's like the NFL Romy rule. Roomy rule. NFL Romy rule. Cool. Use something that people really. Through the hiring practice, the Romy rule aims to increase the number of minorities hired in head coaches, major general managers, and executive positions. Fucking Christ! So for God, these. Oh my God! I swear I'm having a stroke having to read their quotes. It's really hard to read this article because these guys, plural or gals, whatever, because I don't know their gender. It's just being fair on that notion. So, let me read this. I don't think it's the sole responsibility of marginalized people to create, as he says, creative inclusivity. So it should be create inclusivity. We have a diverse lighting approach where it's like the NFL Romney rule, which is not a good thing. They shouldn't have had to force the rule to do something that's supposed to be coming natural, but racist people are racist people. Moving forward. So for every requisition we're hiring for, it's tied to the executive performance. We have an entire inclusive review process for D&D, Magic the Gathering, Arena, marketing, etc. What inclusion review means is that we have different gates and stops to look at inclusion and accessibility. So we're paying market rate for consultants to look at things and advise. Holy fuck. So the Romney rule was created to stop it was supposed to stop, to combat racism in the hiring process of NFL. But the way he languages this, he's not doing that. He's still gatekeeping people from it. Period. Because he says there's different gates. You shouldn't have gotten up and opened your mouth, but moving on. I think it's awesome fucking Christ. This article slowly breaks down the further I get into it. I think it's awesome when accessibility and inclusivity. That's the sentence. Would there be a release of content specific for DMs, players, etc. to implement on their end so they can be more knowledgeable and implement on their end? I think it's something we're passionate about, but we need those educational tools. Answer. Pay attention to the discussion of the DMG coming up in a few minutes. I think there's a need for D&D to be more global too. I think we could do a lot of things to be more appealing to a global audience. Moving forward. One of the issues that have been raised in the past is hiring on a high level. Usually high level roles require 15 plus years of experience, and that's difficult to get if you're not a white male. That's a great question. Even though it wasn't a question, it was a statement. We're looking at you know what? I'm gonna try to stick to the meats and potatoes of our argument. Don't get me wrong. Exclusivity is very important, and world experience is very important, and all that stuff. But it honestly, the meat and potatoes of our argument tonight was supposed to be stuff about the tabletop. So moving forward, about the tabletop, it's demanding. It was demanding, and we were playing on Alienware laptops. That was your first problem. And yes, I used to use Alienware, and it's great, except you're paying for brand a little bit. Anyhow, what specs are we talking about? Is this going to tank my machine plus OBS plus Zoom plus captions? How are you going to maximize to work with graphic cards commonly used? I can't answer that. I can't answer that right now because we're not at the stage where we're locked down on content and can downgrade, but that's a great question, which means we need to test on OBS now, OBS on, compatible lab on, etc. And we need to put them on now so we can get to where it needs to be in 2 years. Okay, cool. This is a general. I just realized I've been talking about D&D for a full hour. I think a conversation should take place about creators creating with and for wizards would be good. Do you see a need for that? How do you plan to institutionalize a change for that? I do think we want to be a partner of choice. D&D is a community effort. There is no doubt about that. You're going to see D&D at conventions more. I can't speak as to why that dropped off because it was before me, but we're going to be more visible at conventions, which will allow for more dialogue. There's a lack of confidence and distrust in the community right now. Many of us were attacked for even coming here. What are you going to do to put in place protections and restore the lack of trust in the community that the community feels? Good question. I think what these fucking statements. Good question. I think what we're doing. Fuck these. I think this is what we're doing. We're engaging directly. January was horrible. No fucking shit. It was
full podcast. You never go full podcast, lol.
I know. These words hurt me. January was horrible. It was the welcome to D&D I wanted. I think we lost sight in that moment that the moment D&D is a dialogue. What the fuck was that? I'm going to copy this. And I'm going to paste it in my chat. I think we lost sight in that moment that in that moment, D&D is a dialogue. While I'm not at all happy with the trust we burned, but I am happy with where we landed. That the SRD is a Creative Commons and irreversibly so. It's a signal that we want to keep D&D open and inclusive, rebuild trust, and continue to build on the dialogue we all leaning into here. My commitment as the head of D&D is to be here and have a dialogue with you and keep it going. It's an ongoing process. Dixon, we want feedback aimed at us, not the creators working with us. You shouldn't take abuse for things we do. Follow-up question for Dixon. Wondering what Wizards will do for us after the conclusion of this event, but people are still going to yell at us. We've experienced that for a month. It wears down our mental health. It hurts me seeing all the people in this room who took abuse and not seeing Wizards do anything about the harassment we received. What the fuck court did you sit in? Like, did you back them up on this fucking? You shouldn't have had people on your ass. But again, I don't know the situation entirely, so I'll move on. Reply. Sometimes we step in and it settles things, and sometimes we say something and it inflames things further. We don't want to create the Streisand effect, so we need feedback from you as how we can step in to do better. We want to be active listeners to create better solutions with you that works for all of us. Okay, no. I don't think anybody who should be going to D&D events or going to these D&D situations that are trying to gather information as for us, the other players, should be attacked, regardless of the situation. I think they should, if they're going to dive into the cesspit to find information for us, more power to them. I don't think anybody should go after them. And that's my final statement on that matter. A speaker noted that the lack of response can be just as bad as a poor response. It comes across as a lack of communication. Wizard has a PR department. We do not. We're passionate. We're a passionate community. We appreciate you trying to formulate the answer because we've been attacked in the meantime while you're waiting. Dixon agreed that sometimes we need to respond quickly and sometimes we need to step back. Reassurances and reassess and formulate an answer. I'm going to move forward. Our rights granted to creators. What rights are granted to virtual tabletop creators? We need to maintain ownership of our work. We've heard this message out loud and clear. Your content is your content. I don't know what the language is to make that official because we are a ways from that, and we hear loud and clear your content is your content. They repeated themselves twice. When creators are constantly taking the hit on behalf of Wizards of the Coast because we're the people can access, it takes a toll and wears us down. Are you putting together mental health or support resources because we need them? Again, I'm reading this, from the creator to the people, the D&D people. We're working on this within the company, but it's different when it's outside the company. Send us your suggestions for how you could be supported. These are hard questions. I understand the concern about being targeted online. We've had that happen to our own team. It takes a toll. I've seen it on their faces. It's a super difficult problem without a straightforward answer. And that's true. Okay, moving forward. So I need to find the meat and potatoes about the D&D stuff. I don't have enough time to try to. Oh wait, I see the word Spelljammer. It's lit up. Okay, moving forward. Actually, let's talk about shit that bothers me. That talks about me. Fuck it. Wizards of the Coast core value at what is Wizards' core value at a high level? With queer, trans, etc. players more visible than possible, which has dangers. What is your core audience? What is your plan for race? Oh no. More, not fewer. We're trying to widen the play space. We're always making steps in those directions. I think today's audience is bigger than it ever has been. but I also think it's a fraction of what it could be. So we need to be more inclusive. We need to look at what content is not welcome in our spaces because it reflects hate. We need to walk our convictions and ideologies of inclusiveness to make it clear hate is not welcome. We're going to publish content guides so you're able to review and comment on them. We're making changes on an ongoing basis. For example, Savage is gone and Dimwit is gone. Or Dimwitted is gone. For what? For what, though? You need to tell me for what that's attached to. Whatever. It often sounds like changes are made at the end of the process to be inclusive. I think we'd like to hear more about steps taken in the early stages. Who is in the room from day one, making sure not only is it something that can be caught in the review, but make sure it never is in the book in the first place. Their first teams make stronger and better teams. Having folks in the room, we can offer different life perspectives. The inclusive review process came out after Spelljammer, so now everyone's going forward has these checks in place from the beginning and very formation of the idea. The process we have now, it never could have happened in Spelljammer. It would be caught early. What the fuck are they talking about? I didn't even skip that many sentences. I really didn't. I really didn't skip any major sentences. A creator who felt he was thrown under the bus in an article asked what to do to prevent that in the future. He was told to contact them immediately, not weeks or months later. The content creator has felt that if they be called out by Wizard of the Coast, they need to reach out to Wizard of the Coast so Wizard of the Coast can review it and address it. If you see something, say something, there's a team of people who want to help resolve the situation. Okay. We need plans for sponsorship. Okay. What is any of your plans for future sponsorship? For example, last year at Big Bad Con, you sponsored AAPI attendees so they could meet people and get jobs. Will there be more of that in the future? I'm not knowledgeable about this program. Another speaker from Wizard. Yes. That's the answer. Yes. Given that 95% of these questions have been addressed by your exclusivity and diversity team, how do you plan to expand and support the team? They come to me and they express the needs and we address them. Will you be hiring more because clearly more common support is needed? Now, fuck. I am literally trying to find like... Ooh, hello. 2024 Cool Rule Book Revisions. Crawford begins talking about loving D&D and more importantly how it is. Okay, so I'm gonna jump to when he starts talking about it. The player handbooks will have a glossary like that in the back. One D&D was never supposed to be the name of the revised books. The placeholder to describe 3 initiatives: the 2024 revised core rule books, D&D Beyond, and D&D Virtual Tabletop. It's not one edition and never has meant to be. The DMG will be similar sections that collects D&D lore because there's a lot of people who...
That's it, I'm doing taxes. It is more enjoyable than the new rules.
The DMG has a similar section that collects D&D lore because there's a lot of people who don't know what Orcus is. Last time I checked is one example. The DMG will now have that covered so people don't have to scramble between multiple sections. Oh, I'm assuming they're gonna try to clean up the book to make it more sortable. I guess I don't know, or I guess yeah. I guess they're gonna add a glossary. Yeah, so I say they're gonna add a more. So they're gonna make the book fatter by adding a chunky glossary to go through. Who's Orcus? Honestly, I didn't know who Orcus was until my brain. I didn't know who Orcus was. I literally just Googled him. But again, remember, I'm a Pathfinder DM first, and a D&D GM second. And my knowledge about D&D core is not so bueno. Moving forward. If we rely on just people Googling, which is funny because it's exactly what I did, they'll find out outdated information or information that's just wrong. If it's in the book itself, it's easier and more accurate, so they're trying to go clean up those accuracies. Easier to navigate, the goal is to has new tendrils all throughout the game. Player Handbook has new options. The Monster Manual will have new monsters, and the DMG will have new options. That's why that way you'll start seeing new elements in the Unearthed Arcana mixed in. The next Unearthed Arcana will be the biggest next, including the look at all 6 core classes. What? Barbarian, Bard, Cleric, Druid, Fighter, Monk, Paladin, Ranger, Rogue, Sorcerer, Warlock, Wizard. I'm sorry, motherfucker. That's 12. You're not taking the fucking... What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Where is there a type of play or content 2014 book didn't address? We also look at lessons learned. We developed 4th edition as part of the discussion with the community, who gave D&D Next playtest helped shape the game now. We're looking to make it easier, more fun, more accessible, and more inclusive. We also wanted to improve the quality of play. How can we make things that squeak for you at the table no longer squeak? Answer things like, does Lumen's tiny hut have a floor? Cracking the books open gives you us a change to address it. We're going to be looking at... I need to reboot my chat so I can read. We're going to be looking at the art. The book are going to have tons and tons of new art. For the Player's Handbook, it's going to be all new art. DMG and Monster Manual will have some reused art, but the Player's Handbook will still be glowing. Okay. And they say here, the 2024 books are not going to be 6th edition or even 5.5. This is not a 6th edition or even 5.5. This is very important nuance. We're attempting something that has not been done before in D&D, revising the game in place. Crawford continued to want... Oh my... Continued when Wizard created 3.5. It was built on the bones of 3.0. But that means it's a 5.5, you fuck! We're releasing all new books. Planescape, Spelljammer, Keys of the Golden Vault. Tasha's Dinosaurs guys will have a special process. They're going to try to sweep the books. I'm done, by the way. So tonight's, I can't talk anymore. I need a drink. Alright. With that being said, rant over. You know my opinion. I don't like the removal of half races. I don't like the renaming to species because that's weird. It really is truly weird. I would prefer it to be lineage. That way it can be a little. I like custom lineage. Fuck it. I'm just gonna call it as it is. I like the custom lineage that was provided. Can't change my opinion on it. Okay. That being said, I'm gonna pass it off to another wonderful streamer because, well, usually my MO, and I greatly appreciate all you wonderful creatures for being here and tolerating my completely and utterly derailment of my playing tonight. When Mass Builder gets another update, I will happily put it back on the list, or we might include it in like the Sunday games. We'll see. But for now, I'm going to try to give another wonderful streamer some good old fashioned love. Let's see who we can raid. I want to find someone who's either don't want. If they're going to do anything about half races, they should focus on spiritual aspect. Where does soul come from when it comes from your half elf? Yeah, nah, you know, not crossing that tree, not crossing that bridge. Let's raid. Who's playing what? There's a couple of good choices. I'm thinking Nexus. Let me get my stuff in order. See if what they're pulling. Make sure they're not about to wrap up because they have an hour into their stuff, but they. Oh, looks all good. Give Nexus underscore VT a nice warm welcome. They are currently playing Guild Wars 2, so yes, please give them some warm welcome. Sorry about the huge ass rant. Greatly appreciate all you wonderful creatures for being here and tolerating my derailment. As I said, if Mass Builder gets an update, we will bring it back to the table and happily play it immediately, and you get to see any changes to my mech that I make. For the melee mech, I will see you wonderful creatures Sunday for games with friends. We'll see what we'll play. Give me a whole cornucopia of things, and I will be continuing. I just saw another roll. Just another ad just landed. But regardless, I'll see you guys then. Good. Be safe. Above all, be yourselves. Hitters!
Hunky, thanks for the raid. Hello, welcome raiders. Just playing some Guild Wars 2, doing some leveling. How was stream? What you been up to? Come on. Gotcha. Never played it a day in my life. Much like drawing. Never drawn a day in my life. Oh my god, that is a fish. I don't want to fight that. No, please fuck off. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Yeah, I heard it's very fun. One minute. I am in a kind of an underground or underwater area, so it might seem more quieter than it's supposed to be. Hold on, I'll turn up my audio. There, how is that? Can't hear music or combat. Yeah, yeah, I turned it up, so you should be able to hear something in the next little while. still nothing. That is strange because it should be coming through. Check OBS to make sure it's being captured. Yeah, it's being picked up by my audio mixer. That is very bizarre.